Welcome back to another session here. For today, it's simple. It's Friday. As long as we don't have SMT, or should I say SSMT on the highs, then we look to continue to long the markets because right now we are in all-time highs. No point trying to short the top, okay? Just wait for a displacement lower if anything. So right now we are in the London session and we have Asia's high right up here. There is no SMT above here to validate any form of potential reversals. So I'm going to see if we can turtle soup this swing low right here to take us up here. Okay. In terms of range, this would be the current dealing range that we're in. And then turtle souping this low would probably bring us to 62% of the OTE range. And then above Asia's high, that would be 2R right here. It's about 18 points. So slightly less than 365. I'll go with this. On the 5 minutes, let's see if there's any reference points right here. We do have this inversion down here. Okay, I'm probably gonna shift it to this inversion. Right here. And then we have a couple of volume balances right here as well, with this last down close candle and the breaker, which was not utilized at all. And then the swing low that I'm targeting is this one to pair with my orders. Let's see if we get anything out of this. Looking at the three assets, ES and YM. No, ES and NASDAQ is actually stronger than YM. So it makes no difference because I'm only trading either one, ES or NASDAQ. Okay. Let's take a look at the 3 minutes. Did we trade into... Oh no. Okay, I'll just use the volume imbalance on the 5 minutes, keeping things simple. So same thing, same idea. All these lows are intermediate term lows, which are potential stop hunt rates. Okay. On the 4 hours, we are left with 2 more hours before this candle closes. Personally, I don't think that we're gonna take out this low right here in order to go higher, but it can happen. Not to say it can't. However, if we take a look at the hourly candle, we are leaning towards a more bullish upside. I mean, a more bullish order flow rather than a potential retracement down to take out this particular low over here. Because this low has traded into this down close candle right here on the 1 hour, and then we traded higher. So price is still respecting bullish PD arrays. Let me just double check on the 15 minutes. Yep, so we are keying off this order block right here after several stop hunts, and then we are shifting higher. So it doesn't make any sense that we are not taking this high and then we come back for this low. I mean, anything can happen, right? But based on the current order flow, this is what it is. We are dealing from this low right here to this high. This is the current dealing range that we're in, and within the dealing range we are respecting discount and we're trading towards premium. All right, let's see. At the same time, I'm looking at euro, because for euro, where is it? Euro could be a potential short. If we take a look at the hourly dealing range, we are trading towards this fair value gap right here on the 1 hour, and 50% is just above the fair value gap. So I'm looking for price to trade into the fair value gap and then drop lower, taking out this low and possibly yesterday's low. The draw on the sell side, it's clearer on British pound because we do have relative equal lows down here. However, when we take a look at these two highs, euro was the one that made a lower high. So if anything, shorts should be on euro because it's more bearish than British pound. Okay, so I'm looking at this as well to see if we can validate any form of setups. Right here, what do we have? We have the euro not trading into 50%, but the British pound trading into 50% and even into OTE. And we have a shift in the market structure down here as well on the 15th. So let's see if we can form a short-term high or something like, or something of any sorts in terms of market structure before we consider any form of sells. Because if we are selling, then we are technically trading against the higher time frame order flow, which you can see right here on the 4 hours. It's a very bullish order flow. Alright, so for NASDAQ, we're trading with the order flow because we're bullish. And the higher time frame, it's a very bullish order flow. I'm not really focusing on NQ and ES, but in terms of Forex, I think I've mentioned my game plan. You can just rewind back to the start. So as of now, the euro seems to be extremely weak, right? And we're forming this 1 hour swing high up here. Depending on how we trade on the 15 minutes, if we have a short-term high right here, then we're potentially going to drop from here, not trading up into this level. Because for British pound, prices are already shifting bearish in terms of order flow after trading into a very deep premium from this high to the current low right here. Oh, but this is something okay, so this is something to take note. Over here, British pound, let me just check the price to see if it matches with the 62%. 1.3756. Okay, so it matches. Never mind about that, because I thought that if it did not match, then there is a possibility that it might want to come up and take out this high right here. But since it is matching in terms of the price, I'll need to wait for the 15 minutes structure to form, like a short-term high or intermediate term high, to determine whether this move is going to be the one that expands down below this equal lows for British pound. And if British pound is to do that, I would expect euro to pretty much accomplish the same thing. So right now the question is whether this high, is it going to be souped or is it going to be protected? Okay, and that is the idea here. Overall, still bearish for Forex in the London session. Okay. For the indices, if we take out the highs first and then it forms SMT, I would like to trade it back lower to take out this low over here. So this is just the option that I'm putting out there. For shorting wise, the 15 minutes has to present a bearish setup, like a bearish order flow. Right now, nothing is bearish yet. Gold seems to be making a very huge turn. So over here we have the all-time highs. This right here is a short-term high. We ran out the short-term high, and depending on how we close this weekly candle, if we are able to close below the low of this candle right here, which comes in around 3,313.1, then I do think that the low right here is probably next. Okay, we shall see. It's gonna be interesting. So the last stop hunt of this run higher for gold was here. This would be the short-term low, and then right here would be the intermediate term low. Prices were really bullish, creating a lot of fair value gaps on the way up. So right here we came into discount from this dealing range low to this dealing range high. If it does not run out this high and it turns bearish, then this dealing range would be the next one that it attacks. So we are potentially going to see this low getting ran out into this OTE, and then after that we look again to see if it wants to go higher again. Okay, so we keep on repeating the same process until it shifts higher again, because I don't think that we are going to just override this entire expansion, but we shall see. That is for gold. For oil, it's a little bit challenging because it's in a consolidation profile. Right now prices are still not closing above any down close candles yet. It remains to be seen. Maybe another stop hunt lower. This was the ultimate low, and then we traded higher since this low right here. The price came into discount. Yep, so prices are trading into a very deep discount over here. This low could probably be next because it's not displacing away from the discount level. And if that's the case, if we are going to attack this low right here, then the same thing is going to be applied. The dealing range would be this. Okay, right now just moving back to Nasdaq for a little bit more focus. Hovering around the midnight open. Maybe 2 a.m. would do the trick. Over here we can see that YM has taken out this particular low at 2230. I mean just 2230. Okay, if we take a look at YM, 2230 is this candle right here. YM has already taken out this candle, so this could be a possible SMT. For confirmation, we need this candle to close above this down close candle, and that should be pretty much it that we can go towards the upside, playing from this range onwards to this highs up here. But right now, because it hasn't done so, can't be too quick to enter the trade. On 5 minutes as well, it hasn't shown any shift in terms of CISD, so we need to be a little bit more patient. Euro, on the other hand, is displacing below. Okay, and then we have this 1 hour swing high up here. We have a pretty bearish candle closing below this up close candle that has traded into a order block. Not order block, but a fair value gap. So this is a high probability order block. I'll look to see if we can, if price can trade up into premium to provide a possible short-term high to drive price lower for the entry itself. Probably gonna leave this fair value gap as targets for later on, because do understand that we're still bullish. Let's see if it provides. For ES, it took out this low right here. Nasdaq did not. Possible lower time frame SMT as well. Right now we're just waiting for this 5 minutes candle to close above this candle's high, and that should pretty much set the stage for price to go higher. Hmm? Hi Talk, welcome back. Prices can be a little bit choppy entering at the short-term low right here. I mean the entering at the formation of a short-term low. Because it's only once the short-term low is formed, then the expansion, the first distribution or the first expansion would occur. And then after that, it's more like a second leg of expansion, which would produce the most explosive move. And that's going to be entering while it's forming an intermediate term low. Because this candle is a down close candle and I am expecting bullish order flow, I need to see the next or the subsequent up close candles and engulf this down close candle. Because if it doesn't do that, that means it's gonna run for my stops and probably explore a deeper discount, which would be down here. The 1 minute, we have this low right here. I'm thinking if I should pyramid in one more down here. What is the risk? $4 that's about $80. 1 minute, once we take out this high, price should start to expand all the way up into Asia's high, if I'm correct. The 1 minute order block should hold the price if we're going to go higher, because it's the last line of defense. Maybe I'll put my buy limit down here at 50% of this order block, because it has been utilized before, right? This is not the first time that it enters the down close candle. So second time onwards, it's probably going to reach for the 50% if it hasn't done so in the first run. So let's see. Okay, right now it's showing signs of bullishness because we're having larger up close candles. And over here on the 1 minute, we do have SMT with ES, whereby ES has formed a lower low on this particular candle at 122, whereas Nasdaq formed a higher low. Right now on the 5 minutes, we are 2 inside candles for Nasdaq only. So the current 5 minutes candle should provide the expansion either above this high or below this low right here. And based on the current order flow, it's probably going to be this high right here. And let's see. After we take out this high, price should not come down this low anymore, because this low would be the short-term low. Okay, so we have taken out this high. I'm gonna remove my limit because I'm not expecting it to come back down again, but I'm not gonna move my stops for now until we take out this high. Right now what I need to see is the next closing of the 5 minutes to close above my entry, because on the 5 minutes this down close candle closed back below the opening price of this bullish order block. I would need to see this candle or the next close back above my entry, which is at the opening price of the order block, and therefore reclaiming this particular order block right here. Okay, so we do in fact get a closure above my entry and also above this down close candle. So this down close candle is going to act as the propulsion order block. And I'm going to observe how price reacts of the opening, the candle's body, and also the 50%. Best case scenario for propulsion order blocks, they don't reach below 50%. Okay, and the bodies must not close below 50%. So these are the high probability order proportion order blocks, and usually once it trades into it, expansion starts. How do you rate the daily inversion on ES? I'll get to that later. You can only see it when contract is adjusted for contract change. I think it's better to just use it without the adjusted. I mean, it depends, right? You can use both, like ICT, but sometimes when it's adjusted, it is not that accurate in terms of how would you do it? It's not accurate on the higher time frames, because on the higher time frames, the non-adjusted actually is more similar to the one that people use to buy shares, like for example QQQ for Nasdaq and SPY for S&P. So those contracts actually don't really have any adjusted or contracts and stuff like that. So the non-adjusted, usually it looks more similar to that. And then for the adjusted, it's more accurate in terms of the lower time frames, like for example the weekly and the daily time frame, especially when there is a contract change. But it's only like for a few weeks, like maybe 2 weeks after the contract change, and then everything just goes back to normal. It's just that for higher time frame targets, it's better that you use the non-adjusted. Hi Ram, welcome back. Okay, because we have taken out this high, it's gonna run straight for Asia's high right up here. And the expansion from the propulsion order blocks are usually very aggressive. Okay, now that we have taken out this high right here, I can then shift my stops to this low. Because this short-term low right here has provided the expansion. We don't want to see price suddenly eradicate this entire expansion, because that would be something's wrong, right? And then you'll be offside. Yes, definitely you can take trades before and after Q zones. It doesn't really matter because that is just part of the model, right? So you can codify, you can create your own model, or you can trade just based on price action itself. The Q zones more or less helps with reducing frequency. Okay, now that we have taken out Asia's high, I'm going to move my stops to break even. I don't want a strong retracement before my target is met. Because we could have SMT on the highs, yeah? So I have to be a little bit more cautious right here. Right now, the second confirmation that I need, or that I want to see, is price closing above this swing high. Yeah, if you get a perfect setup, you can take it anytime. I mean, that's just how I feel. Closing above this candle's high would be very bullish. And of course, closing above Asia's high would be even better. At the same time, ES has not reached for its ES has not tagged Asia's high yet, so I'm anticipating ES to follow through with Nasdaq, which means more upside for Nasdaq. Okay, so my target is pretty much guaranteed because we have closed above this high, the previous candle's high. It can retrace into the fair value gap down here, but I don't want to see it do it. Okay. I would like to see my targets met when ES take out its Asia's high. Ooh. It's still equal highs for ES. Comparing it with Asia's high, it's still equal. It has not yet breached Asia's high. So there's still a chance. If this candle closes below this candle's high, we might be in for a retracement and then higher. We have 2 more minutes. The round number would be 720. ES is teasing. Okay, we're closing right at the previous candle's high, so it's still a good sign, and we open up with a gap. just gonna move my stops here to the opening price of this entire expansion, and then I'll just let it go. I won't micromanage it. I'm just waiting for ES to spike above the Asia's high, and that should pretty much give me my exit. There we go. So very good trade. Perfect 2R right here. Good start towards the day. Let's see what else I can get. Let's take a look at Euro. Not doing anything yet. We have a very strong close on the 15. Let's see if we can reach the whole number for fun. Should be able to get there when Dow Jones takes out its Asia's high. Another spike higher. Chart colors. Right here. Just 3 colors. This one. And then for the canvas, it's this one right here. I'll wait and see if it wants to take out Asia's low. That will be my next objective, because it's a Friday after all. So I'm looking to close out the weekly range. Probably during the New York AM session, because I don't think that we're going to form the highs here, and if we do form the highs here, then it is a potential seek and destroy, because if we take out Asia's low in London, then the New York AM session is going to be very hard to trade. I'll observe on the sidelines for the indices. Right now, I'm more interested in Euro. "15 minutes order block, 3:30. 3:30 right here. Yeah, it's a bearish order block, yes. But I think it would be easier if you just take a look at this inversion right here. Because this fair value gap was utilized to send the price higher. This was the retracement and then higher, which formed the SMT highs with British pound. And then after that, since we closed below right here, every time we came back up, it was rejection. And look at this candle's high. It's perfect right to the 50% of this inversion. It feels like it's not going to offer any form of retracements above the midnight open, and it's just going to run through Asia's low. That's how it feels like for Euro right now. I'm wondering if dollar is gonna crash. It doesn't seem like it on the long term, but right now on the short term it feels like it can crash. Which is kind of funny because the stocks are moving all-time highs while the dollar is crashing. the buying power is pretty much balanced out. It just means more inflation. I hope that the hyperinflation doesn't come too fast. I want to take a look at the dollar chart. Oh. Okay. I can't. Doge. Just curious. Oh. Okay. Maybe I can do that. View it on this chart. Yeah. Euro USD. $20.20. Indicator for midnight open. This one. ICT, Q zone, and pivots. TFO. Dow Jones has taken out the Asia's high. There we go. Nasdaq taking out the 720 level after retracement into a fair value gap. As long as there is no SMT, we're going to keep pushing higher. So in the next hour, I'll be looking at the 1 hour fair value gap over here. I want to see if we can run out this swing low if it forms the next candle. If it forms the swing low here, I want to see if we can total swoop this low to go higher. Doesn't really mean anything because we're still bearish. So price can displace from this area here. It doesn't have to come up into this high, even though it can, but best case scenario it doesn't. because we have already traded above the daily open once and then we are dropping below, so yeah, we should be creating a short-term high around these levels with this as your origin high, and then we should displace lower. That is what we want to see, because in that way it would fall in line with the British pound, which has already formed a short-term high on the hourly. Yes, you're right, you can target Asia's low. Another way I can do this is I can plot OTE right here, but in this case it's not very effective because on the 1 hour, which is the higher time frame, we have this looming fair value gap above, which I'm not sure if it wants to run, because after all we are trading against the higher time frame order flow. We can't be sure if it's gonna overrun this lower time frame order flow based on the higher time frame order flow. So it's better to have all the time frames aligned if you're taking, if I'm taking a retracement trade against the higher time frame order flow. In the case of NASDAQ, I can be a little bit more casual in terms of my entry. It's because we are trading with the higher time frame order flow. So right here, what you are actually looking for is a short-term high with a up-close candle, and then you want to see the up-close candle ran through, closing below the low, not the open but the low, and then you go down into your lower chart frames to look for a entry into Asia's low and potentially yesterday's low right here, because these two lows down here are your potential targets. So a better scenario is that it runs this high into the 1 hour fair value gap and then provides you with a 15-minute CISD over here instead. That way you would have more range to work with and you don't have to target these lows. You can just look for Asia's low if you were to enter up here, but if you were to enter over here, it doesn't provide a lot of range to get to Asia's low. Maybe you can get something like S&T on the highs over here with the British pound. That would be nice to see. And then after that we displace lower. In that case, we will look to short the British pound instead of the euro. Interesting how we have not attacked all-time highs on the new contract. So we have more targets available. Let's see if we can work our way there today. Mistake of mine not checking the underlying contract. If not, I could have held for a larger TP. Interesting. Good lesson here. Okay, looking at Euro. I guess I was right. So it's looking for this high right here. Good thing that I didn't just blindly OT this entry. So now let's see if it wants to displace lower. On the hourly, it has only reached for 50%. I think it is possible that it might want to come here into the 62%, hoping to see it form a range around this level and then tag it and then break the range, and then we can look for a sell-off. We are really close to 3 AM. So that is when the volatility usually comes in. Let's see if it can trade lower and then go higher again. Depending on how we close this candle, if we can close above this high, then there's a possibility that we can run this high one more time. So dropping down into the 5 minutes from this low to the current high, OT is right at the midnight open, and then right below we have a tiny little feather gap right here. So let's see if we can do something special today. I will put in my orders once we close above this high on the hourly. Yeah, maybe just one contract. Ten more minutes. If there is no SMT on this high with British pound, then we could be looking at this high right here, because ultimately the higher time frame order flow is still bullish, right? Right now this swing low is right at 62%. Yeah, I'll stick to the midnight open as my potential stop on entry, but it all depends, because this looks like a very strong expansion, and if it is strong expansion, then this intermediate term low is going to hold the price. Okay, I'll take a look at the Nasdaq for now. Nothing much is happening for Nasdaq. By the way, on the lows, we do have SMT with DXY. So DXY ran the lows down here. But for Euro, it did not. And then we have a minor SMT over here as well, with DXY making a lower high while Euro forms a lower low. Why long? Because it's not showing any form of weakness. Looking at this hourly candle, do you think we can get another down close candle that completely overrides this green candle here? I personally don't think so. And on the higher time frames, we are bullish. The other thing is that DXY formed SMT down here between Asia and London's low. And then over here on the smaller scale, we do have SMT as well with DXY. Usually for the euro dollar, I would compare SMT with DXY first, if there's one. If there isn't, then I'll compare SMT between euro and British pound. Hi Dark, is it Dark Cash Tem? Not too sure if I pronounced it correctly. So once we get a closing price of this hourly candle above this high, I'll look for longs to attack yesterday's high. Alright, here comes 3 a.m. There we go. Currently, the minimum criteria that I'm looking at is taking out this low. If it forms some structure here between this low and whatever high that is going to form, I'll take that as well. Okay. Right now, all I need to do is just to wait. Okay, moving on towards NASDAQ. Let's see what do we have right here. Okay, so on the weekly, oh wait, let's move over to the contract. Over here we have the levels. We have a old weekly high right here, and over here we are gravitating towards it, and we are really close to it. So I want to see if we can take those levels today. So in that case, I'll be looking for a stop hunt of this low, best case scenario. If not, then somewhere between this low and whatever high that is going to form, I would like to see some structure, and then I'll chase the price higher. Okay, because we are trading towards all-time highs, we're most likely going to get these levels attacked prior to any form of retracements or reversals. That's what I think. Because right now, all assets, all three of them, YMES and NASDAQ, they are not showing any signs of slowing down, so there's no decoupling. The other thing is that they are all expanding in the correct direction with the same amount of speed. So I don't see an issue of chasing price higher, especially if we're going to attack all-time highs. This is for the September contract anyways, because if you're using the continuous contract, you wouldn't be able to see this level here. So based on the 15-minute structure itself, this was the low that formed SMT. Between this low and this low, we expanded higher. This is an intermediate term low until it's validated. Validated meaning it forms some sort of consolidation and structure right here to form like a head and shoulders pattern on the lows. Then we can move to trade that expansion higher from the levels in the middle. Right now, all we have to do is just to wait. Because if I were to enter longs now, the only safe placement of stop losses would be down here. So over here to here, 50% is right here, OTE is right here, which falls in line nicely with this low. Therefore, I'm waiting to see if price wants to attack this low first. And this low is also a 1 hour fair value gap with a couple of bullish order blocks. Heading over to Euro. Zero. This keeps on expanding higher. We have equal lows over here for, equal highs over here for British pound. It's lagging behind in terms of strength towards the upside as compared to Euro right now. Nasdaq. If we are indeed going to respect this low over here, I'm looking at least a minimum stop hunt of this swing low over here on the 5 minutes before even thinking of pushing longs. I guess we're more likely going to have a daily profile of accumulation, expansion, and then during the PM session, probably retracement or slash reversals, or even continued expansion, right? Because we close the month next Monday. we close the week this Friday. So from the monthly perspective, we have 2 more days to run this high and this high on this contract right here. On the weekly perspective, we are only left with the current day to run this high. So between these 2 highs is probably about 100 points. Yeah, it's about 100 points. We do have 8:30 news driver today on Friday. We don't have a news driver next Monday. So I guess the likelihood of us running these 2 highs today is very high. Okay, to end the month. Euro is just screaming higher. Absolutely no retracements at all. Probably gonna have to wait for the New York AM session, meaning like from 6 a.m. onwards, for a retracement to run yesterday's high, to attack yesterday's high. Huge up closes. And then on the DXY we have equal lows from yesterday's price action. Perfect world. If we can close this 5 minutes above this down close candle, it's possible that we go for another run higher first. Okay, that is if we can close above this high in the next 30 seconds. Okay, and not able to do that. I'm always open to retracements. Okay, let's move over to Euro real quick. Well, it's over here now. So OTE is at 62, which is at the daily opening price. I would still prefer this low to be taken. The daily opening is somewhere around here, which would be right at the down close candle, which took out a short-term low right here and then expanded higher. But then again, we took out this down close candle. I'll just put it at I'll just put it at this swing low for now, and I'll see how price develops later on. Fair value gap, anything over here? Nope. Or do we have any inversions in the... Oh, we do. Right here. Okay, my entry is right on it, sitting right on it. What about the 3 minutes? Ooh, this is a little bit too clean. And then we have one down here. I don't think we're gonna tap this. It's gonna be a crazy retracement if it comes all the way down here. 1 minute. Yeah, too spotty. Alright, I'll just stick to the entry here. I think this low is probably going to be left protected, and then we're going to just do some retracement down here, something like this, and then higher, maybe tapping into the 50%, and then I think we're going to go higher. I think this low, I can forget about this but let's wait for the structure to form first. No structure, no game. Okay, let's move over to NASDAQ. Okay, oh no, we're closing above the... It looks like we're going to close above. What's the dealing range here? Yeah, we reach into 50%. 1 minute. It's a perfect one. Closing above this down close candle. Came back down into here, here. Short term low, intermediate term low. Okay, we just pierced the high. But right now we are having some form of SMT. NASDAQ is reaching for this high. Dow Jones is not there yet, like it's way below. And then for ES, it's not here yet, right? You can see down here, ES, NASDAQ, YM. For ES to be bullish, it has to close above this price here, which is still a long way to go. Now let's see if YM can catch up to it. This high was formed before 3 a.m. Yeah, so until YM can take out this high, I would assume that we're gonna retrace because of a possible SSMT. I have to be a little bit cautious here. Euro is retracing finally. What is the range? All the way to 75%, 705. I would like to see the hourly candle form a fair value gap over here. So I do not want a complete trade down all the way to this low, that would be a red flag. So I actually have a lot of buffer, right? Because it's this low, this high right here. Yeah. The other thing to take note is that we have closed above this inversion here. So to trade lower, we have to do a lot, which is also logical because trading lower would mean that we are defying against the higher time frame order flow. Nasdaq is just not stopping, is it? Okay, ES has cleared this high. YM is getting close, but not too close, just close. I think if we can close the 15 minutes above this high right here, we can look for a 1 minute entry to take out this high. I'll wait for the 15 minutes. just want to mark something on the euro. 15 minutes. This fair value gap right here. Just making sure that there is no volume imbalance. Okay. Yeah, I will be watching 50% of this fair value gap. I don't want to see any body closing below the fair value gap. Right? That is the best case scenario because we have this huge expansion here. If it is to close below the 50%, then it's a little bit suspicious. Right, moving back to NQ. Really bullish. I would prefer ES to close above its specific swing high as well for some synergy. One more minute. ES doesn't seem too interested to close above. It's gonna make things complicated. Okay, Nasdaq, how are you doing? Okay, so for Nasdaq we're closed above, not for ES. Let's see how much points this is. Can we get like a 2R? Is there any inversion down here? Not really, except for this one. But it's not a very clear inversion, I would say. Only time will tell. We don't have a, do we? Yeah, we do. We don't have a proportion on the block yet, do we? Maybe this one. 705 level. Maybe that one could be proportion, but it's not very clear. Let's highlight it. Okay, this is not a proportion. I mean, it's a very weak one if it is. It looks like this low is going to be ran out. Where is the 5 minutes? It's this auto block right here. %. Doesn't look too good. This is the maximum retracement that I'm allowing. If we are going to close this candle below the 50%, I'm out. Or it can just stop me out. And if it does stop me out, I'll be looking for a short to take out this low, if possible. Looks like Dow Jones is not clearing out the highs here. Is the current 1 minute candle right here. The 1 minute down close candle is right down here. Okay, we're not closing below the 50% on the 5 minutes yet, but we are experiencing a close that is very near to it. I would like to see price give me a full blown V-shaped recovery right here on the 1 minute to verify the current order flow is going to turn bullish. What's the range here? Man, it really retraced 80%, huh? Okay, the good thing is that we are closing back above this down close candle, this consecutive down close candles on the 1 minute right here. I like to see price supported by this down close candle right now. And also I would like to see formation of fair value gaps, bullish fair value gaps. if I don't have a fair value gap right here, I would probably be wrong on my bullish idea. Okay, so we do have one down here. I'm going to micromanage a little bit for this one because we do have a deeper than expected retracement. This fair value gap here, what is the 6 points? That's about 120, a little bit too much. Okay, so right now I would like to see larger up close candles. I don't want to see price grinding higher like this. Slow movement. I want to see like this. So if it's not able to do that, then I'm wrong. I want to see this fair value get respected. Oh, what are we doing here? Okay, let's take a closer look. This 1 minute candle is closing back below this order block's price. That's a red flag. Closing below this fair value gap is a red flag as well. I might have to stop. Okay, it's closing right at the lows. Okay, it's either it stops me out or I'll let it stop me out. Because I do believe that if it runs this low, it's gonna run this low right here. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. I want to see if we can form a fair value gap right here. Okay, this would be my attempt for shorts. I think I'll use this fair value gap instead. The inversion right up here. If it takes out this low, I'm no longer interested in shorts, okay? unless we can close the 15 minutes below this swing low. We have about 3 minutes. It's the very last minute. There is a possibility that it might want to reverse from this level. Just a possibility. If we do take out this swing high, then yes, we will reverse higher. Because right now, YM has already taken out this low right here. ES is forming equal lows. Nasdaq is higher low. put it at 50%. Reducing my targets. Closing above this inversion wouldn't be good. I'm just watching. I don't want to see it close above. Oh no. If the next candle forms a fair value gap, I'll take out my position. Like a bullish fair value gap. Because I want to see it completely engulf this candle. 30 more seconds to go. Okay, I'll shift my stops here. Because right now it's trading into this fair value gap. If it utilizes this fair value gap to take out this high, I'll move to the sidelines. Closing back below the inversion would be a first, the first signal. If it closes back in like this right now, then my stops right here is not safe, which I'm okay with. Closing back above the 50% tells me I'm wrong. Getting ready. Alright, I'm gonna close the position right here. I'll move to the sidelines for now, because there is a potential of longs, but just in the very how to call it, a very fickle price action. Because we do have SMT down here. If we take a look at where's YM, if we take a look at YM, and then we are shifting bullish right now on the 1 minute, and then on ES we have equal lows. We are closing above down close candle as well. So let's see. might be right eventually that we might take out the lows, but it's okay. Waiting for price to completely engulf this up close candle. We're getting there, but not there yet. Okay, let's see. Might go for a re-entry if it closes below, but it needs to close below. Here, no, not a good risk to reward. Okay, we're still respecting the bullish family gap after taking out stop 100 here. Okay. So this right here, SMT lows, and then the fair value I'm looking at is from this volume imbalance to this level here. We are still within this fair value gap. Engulfing this down close candle, I'll go long to take out this high. It's only 1.62. Let's see. 2R? Can I get a 2R? I think we're definitely gonna take out this high. I'm not too sure if it wants to reach for this fair value gap up here. Closing above this level here would be key for confirmation. Okay, right here we have bullish fair value gaps. For one more tap into it. I don't want to see this fair value gap completely engulfed. This one right here. I like to see it leave part of it open. The best case scenario is that it doesn't even close below this inversion right here. Okay, so we have a down close candle here. I would like to see price expand and engulf this down close candle if we are indeed in a bullish order flow. Closing below this down close candle invalidates the bullish idea. Let me just take a look at the bullish order block right here. Right, we have tagged 50%. Expansion should start now. I would like to see a swing low right here so that I can move my stops to the short-term low. As long as we're not closing below my entry, it's still fine, because my entry is right at the order block's opening price. One more time at the 50%. Okay, right now we have a swing low. I want to tighten my stops because this thing needs to run now. It's closing below 50% of this inversion family gap, and it's closing below my entry price. Lots of back and forth. If it closes below the 50%, I'm out, regardless of whether it hits my stops. 50% of this bullish on the block right here. This candle better takes out this high because it expanded first, right at the opening. Closing above this several down close candles, I'm going to shift my stops as well to this down close candle's low, because I don't want to see it trade back down the inversion family gap again. If we can close above this down close candle, it should be utilized as support to go higher, validating the bullish order flow. Same thing here still stands. Closing above this level is the key. Okay, so now we start the expansion. Look at once it closes above. So looking for a run above this high. Let me take a look at the 5 minutes to see if we're missing out on anything, right? So that high is actually a fair value gap. I would like to, let me just double check. Nah, it's okay. Right now, because we have ran out this high, I'm gonna move my stops to break even. I should have placed my limits at this high. I checked the 5 minutes too late. Okay, so we ran out this high here. It could be a total soup, right? That's why from this high to this low. Oh, we missed the OT. If I'm lucky, this is where it's gonna go. Right now, I'm no longer concerned about this order block, but instead I'm concerned about this order block right here. Okay. Two break-evens after a loss. Ooh, it's tough in this scenario here. YM is dropping lower. We should drop lower as well in this case, waiting for price to displace lower below this up close candle, and then I'm going to go short. This time around I'm going to increase the leverage. I just need a closing price below this candle here. Not yet. Would really have preferred it to hit 62%, but it didn't. So right here, just watch. We're not closing below yet. Thirty more seconds to go. Don't tell me you're gonna run straight to it. Not giving me a chance. Okay. We do have this inversion feather gap right here, which was utilized to take out this high. So let's see if it can spike above into my entry, but not close above. Sorry, it's supposed to be from here to here. If we form a fair value gap right here, I might have to put my sell limit right at the inversion. Not a closing price like this, right? It has to close below this low. We have a 1 hour fair value gap as well down here, which is this low as well. I think I missed it. That's just too bad. Yeah, I missed it. Okay. Now let's wait for longs. Ooh, so much executions here. I'm gonna remove them for the time being so that I can see. I'll put them back on when I'm in a 1 minute. I wouldn't really say that it's an inversion. You mean here, right? I wouldn't really say that it's an inversion. To me, it's just running out this high right here, and then because the fair value gap is from here to here, you know. So for me, it's more like I'm trading back into OTE, even though it did not reach for OTE. It almost did, right here. Okay, right now taking a look at euro. I'm gonna remove the drawings here. From here to here, we reached for OTE. We did a stop hunt right here, and then right now we're displacing higher above this down close candle. So I'm gonna go ahead and shift my limits to the order block, and then my stop at this low right here. And let's see if I get anything. I'm looking for the previous day's high as my objective. I might enter off a fair value gap right here, and then I'll pyramid if it comes back down into this order block, because it's really bullish for euro. And then for Nasdaq as well, I'm interested in longs still. I'll get back to it later. NQU. Yeah, still interested in longs. Right here, this stop hunt, ES did not take out this low. And even on the 50 minutes, we are not closing below this low just yet. So I do believe this high is next, and then probably here. On a 1 minute, clear displacement higher. No entries just yet. 5 minutes would be this continuous down close candles. Let's see, in 10 seconds. Two, one. And then back to euro. For euro, we do have a fair value gap. I'll enter one contract right here, utilizing this previous fair value gap that was utilized over here to take out this short-term low. Oops. Nasdaq. We're closing above. Yeah, correct. We're closing above. Running out this high shouldn't be an issue. This right here is a short-term low. I can refine the entry, or should I say the stop loss. The last down close candle is actually here for the 1 minute. Based on 50%, it would be right at 50%. I'm not gonna touch this for now. Let's hold over to euro. Oh. If I'm gonna get stopped out for this particular trade right here, then I'll stop trading for NASDAQ for the time being, at least for the rest of the London session. Because it might want to consolidate for the New York AM session. Came down all the way into this inversion right here, which was utilized to take out this low. YM seems to be decoupling from NASDAQ. ES on the other hand seems like it's on the verge as well. Like not here, not there. If this setup fails, it's probably gonna go for the 1 hour dealing range. Yeah, this is not good. Closing back below this inversion right here after such a huge run up. We have been we utilized it one time. What's on the 5 minutes? Yeah, closing below the 50% is not optimal. It's not optimal. Let's see. Two minutes. Oh, it was 0. I think I'm gonna bail on this trade. It's not showing me the things that I want to see. And at the same time, we have ES and YM trading lower. Yeah, I'll take my exit here. Okay. Stop. No more NASDAQ for now. Euro. The 1 hour has this validity gap though. Okay, I'm gonna recalibrate. I'm just gonna close all the positions. Okay. Reassess. Think about it. Okay, let's start all over again. 62% is right at the daily opening right now. I'll take this up. I'm long, attacking yesterday's high. Okay, done with this. Next, get a YM, not YM, but NASDAQ. Ooh. From a positive to -11, over trading. Okay, right now we have not shifted bearish. We took out this low, which is the 1 hour fair value gap. We formed SMT right now with this candle not taking out this low against ES. We are still bullish on the 15 minutes. With regards to this expansion, I believe that this low it's going to hold the price. We have traded into 50% and then right now 62%, taking out stops on the way. Let's take a look at the 5 minutes. We are closing above this high right here. Let's take a look at ES. ES, however, is not closing above this high. Okay, so we need to align them. YM is decoupled, but it's fine as long as ES follows through. Right now the problem is ES is not following through. We are closing below 50% of this candle here. We're looking for a potential run lower based on the 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. We took out equal highs, looking for equal lows. The most bearish asset is YM, followed by ES. So I should be looking for ES if I want to trade shorts. Oof. Okay, never mind. Not gonna trade. Bearish on Nasdaq. Oh wait. This would be the 1 hour dealing range. We did not tag 50% yet. We almost did. SMT on this highs for Euro. We need to close below this candle before I can look for shorts to attack and these two lows and potentially this fair value gap right here. Even though on the higher time frames I'm looking for longs. Nasdaq is giving me headaches. Right here we have Nasdaq closing below these two up close candles, which took out this swing high right here. So I'm going in looking for a short back into this low over here. Nothing on the 5 minutes, nothing on the 3, nothing on the 1. I'm gonna have to use OTE. Let's take a look on the 1 minute or maybe the 5 minutes. We have the last consecutive up close candles here. 3 minutes. We have inversion down here. I'll enter off for 5 minutes. 5 minutes structure if there's any, like a short-term high or something like that. Blind entry would be OTE. I don't think it's gonna go for OTE. Well, let's see. Remains to be seen. ES would be a better pick though. Because for ES, it's a lower high, or should I say equal highs up here. Let's take a look at the structure. Very hard to determine the structure on ES. Two, 3, 1. Entering at 50%. How about that? Looking for this low right here. It doesn't reward well. I'll see how Nasdaq trades up into the 50% on the 1 minute, and then I'll reconsider. I'm actually waiting for price to close below this swing low. So we have traded into 50%. Let me just double check if we have tagged the 62%. No, not yet. Okay, so there is this swing high on the 5 minutes. I'm not too sure if it wants to run this high, because right now we are in a accumulation profile. So taking out short-term highs is very common in accumulation. So I'm just waiting to see. I would prefer to have a confirmation on the 5 minutes first before I look to short, because we're trading against the higher time frame order flow, which is bullish. But then again, it's coming close to the end of London. I might just end the stream without taking any trades. Oh, but wait, I have the Euro trade right here, correct? Okay, so let me just double check to see if everything is fine. Yeah, so far so good. I'm still going to take this trade for Euro. If you take a look at DXY, yeah, we're still inside the previous day's range. Over here, this was the last stop hunt down here on a 1 hour. We are closing below 50% of this down close candle, and then right now what it's doing is trading back into the 1 hour fair value gap with the bearish order block right here. Order flow ahead of it was bearish. It was really bearish. So the same thing, I can apply it to Euro, just on the inverse side of things. We are coming off from a very bullish order flow. Right here we have a stop hunt on the 1 hour, and then down here we have another minor stop hunt as well. 2 times, in fact, 1 and then 2 right here. And then after that we have this huge displacement higher. Price is not reacting very nicely off the OTE, because by this time we should be seeing price displace lower aggressively if it wants to, not hanging around this level here around the 50% for too long, because right here is a 1 hour stop hunt. So it makes no sense for them to stay up here if they are indeed accumulating positions up here, short positions, to run the lows. So I'm going to trust the order flow, sticking to the order flow, and then this is where my buy limit is. It's actually the 62% OTE retracement into yesterday's high at about that 50% level, 50% of the 50% standard deviation. Okay. Let me check the daily. Yep, everything seems fine. I'll just watch this for now. So indeed, it ran out this high right here into OTE. Well, let's see if it can trade lower right now. It needs to close below this low right here in order for me to enter. The risk to reward's not that great though. Screw it. I'll see if it do something else later. I would prefer to see this 4-hour candle close above this down close candle. Oh, Nasdaq's doing it. Okay, so right here trading into a fair value gap. I'll put my stops right here at the short-term high. 1.6 I guess. Oh, it's not closing below it. This right here would be a very good inversion point. I don't mind if it goes for another stop point above this swing high. Then I can maybe get a better risk to reward. Okay, so now it becomes this two up close candles. Yeah, it's a better risk to reward. As of this point, I don't really want to see price closing back up above this inversion right here. And obviously I would like to see this inversion traded through. I guess right now it's going for this high. Let's see. It's just sideways price action. Looking a lot like a bull flag on the 15 minutes. Okay, now that it's taken out the highs, we have just opened up a new hourly candle. It is very possible that we run above this swing high here, but right now we have a very clear swing low down here, which is an intermediate term low. It would be good that if it leaves this high for the New York AM session, which means we're going to come back down during the New York, take out this swing low, trading into OTE from this low to this high, and then move higher. That would be perfect. Just like how it happened yesterday, it might be a repeat of that for today. Because if we take a look at the 15 minutes, let me just turn on the London session. We are expanding higher during London. Asia was consolidation. Yesterday, same thing, consolidation. And then we have London expanding higher. The only difference is that during the London session, there is no stop hunts on the 15 minutes. Over here, the difference is that there was a stop hunt right here with SMT on the lows. Okay, so that's the difference. I'm not too sure as well. Let's see what happens. Okay, so right now we are closing back below this, what do you call it? The inversion family gap, as well as the up close candles. Looking to see if this would offer a good risk to reward to take out this low right here. Yeah, not too bad. I'll take this. I want a pyramid position at 25% of the order block if possible, which would be right here. How about 50%? Let me see if my fingers are fast enough. Oops. Closing above 50%, I'm out. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm out. What? Oh well. Okay. No more trades here. Just the euro. If the 15 minutes can close above this high, this consecutive down close candles would be bullish order block on the 15 minutes. Then I'll enter off this down close candle. If it can close above the swing high, to take it above here. one last try here. And the reclaim of this other block. Okay. It's making me work for it, yeah. Let's hope it doesn't retrace on me. It's teasing me again, huh? But I'm certain that we're bearish on the 5 minutes. Yeah, with this bearish order block right here. Best case scenario, it respects this inversion right here if it ever wants to trade back into it. Hopefully it doesn't need to. But it's not very clean though. Yeah, it's not too clean. What about the 3 minutes? Oh well, we do have a 3 minutes of the gap. And then right here we have the 1 minute short-term high. High resistance is it? This looks like a V-shaped recovery. Not looking too good. Don't really want to see a fair value gap here. I mean a bullish one. Not exactly the reaction I was looking for. It's a red flag right here. On 5 minutes, there's still this order block. Oops. Now that we have traded into a 5 minutes order block, we'd like to see the 1 minute shift bearish from this high to this low. We are way above 50%. Closing below this swing low would be good. We have taken out an intermediate term high on the 1 minute. Okay, let's see if we can close below. Not yet. So technically I can't shift my stops. It has to close below this swing low for me to move my stops to this high, which is at break even. Not totally break even, you still have the commission costs and all that. Right now, even after taking out this low, there is no bearish fair value gap. Unless this close as a down close, then we would have a volume imbalance. A little bit tricky here. But in any ways, if it closes above this 2 down close candles, then it's probably gonna go for the equal highs up here. Okay. This is the second attempt to close below this swing low. If it fails the second time, then I'm probably going to be stopped out, okay? Euro is coming to my entry, but British pound is not doing too good. I might cancel out that Euro limit order and wait for a structure to form during the AM session later. Okay, now that it has closed below the swing low, I can move my stops to the current high right there. It's a order block, this consecutive up close candles. Took out this high and this high right here. Right now, I do believe that we are going to trade lower without any speed bumps. Would like to see fair value gaps forming, bearish fair value gaps. Yeah, let me just go ahead and take out the orders on Euro. Maybe I can wait for a few more minutes. Okay, so we do have a bearish fair value gap. If price ever trades into that fair value gap, I'd expect IOFD. ES and YM is moving in the same direction as NQ, which is a good assurance. Okay, so right now we just bumped into the... Okay, we're trading into the fair value gap right now. I'd like to see speed towards the downside at this point in time because this is a full fill fair value gap. Price should not come back up into this fair value gap again once we close below. This is not what I was anticipating. But since we close inside the fair value gap, the very next candle has to displace. If not, we're gonna anticipate another form of high resistance, which means price might come up into this 3 order blocks, just like how it did right here, and on the way up as well. And then there's going to be a lot of reclaiming to do. Okay, now we have closed above the 50%. It's now or never. I don't wish to go through the reclaiming process. We have a minor swing high taken. This might take longer than usual. I'm just going to remove the euro orders first. Okay, we're closing above the fair value gap. Seems like it wants to trade towards the order block with the breaker. And this down close candle right here is the breaker, and then we have the bearish order block. In about 15 minutes, I'm gonna leave the desk, so it's gonna be AFK. Trading in a range. So far, we only have up close candles in the past few minutes. Waiting for a down close candle, and that down close candle should be engulfing those up close candles. It's good that these past few up close candles has been really small. Because if they are larger, then that would be an issue. It's trying so hard to trade above or to engulf these two down close candles down here, over here. So it's actually a good thing to see the amount of up close candles required to engulf this candle. The more up close candles taken, the less likely it is to overlap this, or should I say change the current bearish order flow. Let's take a look at the 5 minutes. We have formed a 5 minutes swing high. Okay, it might want to run for OTE right here if I... Yeah, that's the trademark of high resistance. No down close candles still. I'm thinking if I should put my stops right up here first. Okay, I'll wait for this candle. This is the first down close candle. If this is a green candle, I'll close. Okay. Same thing here. If this is a green candle, I'll close. Because the next down close candles must engulf this entire up close candles, so to speak. So as long as it's consistent with the, as long as it's consecutively printing down close candles until it takes out the low right here, it'll be okay. Okay. Seriously. All right. Okay, I need one more down close candle to close below this low right here. Come on, I only have like 7 minutes left. Okay, now we are taking out that low. I need to see a closing price below this candle's low. And I would really like it if it can just accelerate lower, because it's been too long of a trade. Right at the low. I'll give it one more candle. If it closes above the low, this swing low here, I'll consider cutting my position. Okay, so it's an up close. The next candle needs to be a down close. And if it's a down close, I want to see it engulf this candle here. This is the third time it's trying to close below this low over here and this low over here. The third candle. Okay, so far so good. Let's see if you can close below. Is it a down close? Okay, if it prints an up close, I'll close. for the next candle, if it prints an up close, I'll collapse the position. And this is so difficult. Demanding too much, maybe? Alright, watching to see if it's an up close that closes above this down close. What a candle. Okay, I'll give it one more candle. Come on now. Fourth attempt. Finally. Is it lagging? So we finally close below. Right now we should start the expansion. Can it trade up into this level here? Yes, but I think I would like to see a wick, not a body closing above this level. 2 more minutes and I'm gonna go AFK. So it's either I close the position later on or I just let it run. It all depends on this next 2 candles. Okay, the last candle here. Come on. If this down close candle cannot engulf this candle, which means close below, I'll cut my position. I'm ready. Give me a doji and I'll move out. Okay, good. We're in good hands. So right now, let me just move my stops to this candle here. Can I do it? Yeah. Right here. And I'm going to go AFK. If it stops me out, that's just too bad, man. Okay. But right now, I don't think that we're gonna trade above this order block right here. It's a bit messy. And we should start the expansion lower, even if it is to trade up here. It shouldn't have a body overlapping this down close. Okay, I would only want to see a wick. Why not just wait 10 seconds here? I can stop out myself if it is too close above. Okay, that's it. I'm done. Don't want to be in this anymore. Okay, break even. I'm ending the stream here.